That's good. That's very good. That's great as well. That means I can listen to my own music preference. No one else is using YouTube Music. Oh yes. I also wanted to reduce the volume on the mic because when I was listening to myself the other day, I realized I was way too loud. So hopefully that's good. Hopefully it's not too soft like that. And my chat, is it ever going to come on screen? There we go, that's good. Eventually we're going to stop obsessing about nudity and sex as a species, and we're going to start using our technology for the sake of what? For the sake of value? For the sake of evolution. The world is changing. YouTube, I want to be on YouTube Music. If I lean forward, what does that do? Okay, I'm still on camera. So where's that music at? Start with this one, and we'll play that one next. Volume's good. Did YouTube, did they have a look at my appeal? So for some reason, some random dude named Philly Hackett Philly Hackett he keeps claiming that I'm using his music in my streams, and I'm not. This music belongs to Olivier Orand, and you know, I've been whitelisted by his distributor. So this other dude keeps on claiming that I'm playing his music and showing ads on my VODs and earning money that it shouldn't be earning. And like every time that I stream, then I like right there in an appeal that this is not the track you think it is, bro. The music is the track that they think it is fucking shit. I had to listen to it. Oh my god. It's absolute shit. Okay, so where are we? We need some ears on this guy. And I need to change the flame above his head so that it goes upward towards the center of the page. What else? Okay, I've got zipper. There's a line that comes from here. It goes straight across. And there's one that comes like this. And a crease over there. Okay. His hairline comes down like that. And the ear comes from about here. It's shaved on the side here, his hair. It's a little bit small proportionately to the rest of his head. And the other one on the other side. Okay, a little bit. Not very much of this ear is visible on that side of the head. Barely visible with the head turned that way. Got some freckles here under the eye. Spreads out nice and wide with a few that come down here. Very dense here on the right side. Not so much coming down. It gets more sparing. A little bit over here by the mustache. And over here. More on this side of the face than on that side of the face. Goes over the nose. Few on the forehead, very few, but there are some. I'm pretty much exactly where the horns are, so I will not put any there where the horns are. Some here on the chin. That's basically it. So we need this thing to turn slightly. That's better. I should probably start marking him into the page with the ink then, hey? Nah, I don't want to receive notifications about that post, please. That dude just wants to wallow in his self-pity. I'm not interested in hearing it anymore. Try to give him some advice on how to overcome his engagement issues. He'd rather just wallow in self-pity and continue doing things the way he's always been doing them. Writing text walls. I want to remove notifications about this post, yeah. Thank you. So just about all of his hair is dark, like brown color. The lightest section is here and here in the front, and then towards the edges it gets quite dark. Towards the back it's also darker. And it gets darker as it falls down the side here. But there is an open section, like a gap over here, so I need to mark out that gap. It's like that, and then around the gap we've got the dark hair. And the gap shows us what's going on the other side of the hair. Fantastic. And these eyebrows could use some more texture, I think. There's also seems to be a gap in this one here. Yep. Yep. I like it a lot. Okay, we've actually got a lot of creases on this side here that I've missed. Da 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 dun, 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 dun. KK, I think that's good. I think that's good. Is it even visible though? Hardly. Hardly visible. It'll get more visible as we go along. Where do we start with the pen? At the ears. The outline, and then the inner lines, and then the textures, and then the shading, and so on and so forth as we go along. Okay. Ooh. Pen is not drawing. Shit. Stop to take one. Dun da 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 dum dum. Yeah. Um, I think I'm gonna go use the toilet quickly. Use the toilets, relieve my bowels, that stuff, and then I'll be back to continue this. Ah, Naila, thanks. Yeah, thanks for wishing me luck. Thanks for popping in. Good to see you. Sure. You almost sounded like the stone guy from Thor. Oh well, thanks for wishing me luck, pal. Facebook is giving me weird notifications. Gonna have to look at that. How was my day? So I spent the whole day cleaning before I came to start streaming. Got up at 8 o'clock, started cleaning. How about your day? You had a good day so far? You spent the whole day changing your doors, taking them off the hinges and putting new doors in their place? You're gonna reward your dog brain. Buy some pizza. Plus new handles. And new locks as well. So, for some reason, it has stopped. It has stopped streaming to Facebook. For some reason. Over here, it still indicates that okay, there's an API error. Let's see if I can get it to go back. Well, enjoy your pizza. Yeah, it's been a while since I had some pizza. I guess when I go shopping again, grocery shopping, I'll get everything I need for a pizza. Do a little celebration for all the progress I've made with like substance addiction. 3 months clean from just about everything. Sending data to Facebook. Streaming to Facebook. Fantastic. Thank you. So yeah, it was nicotine and caffeine basically. Like I've steadily weaned myself off of everything. Alcohol, caffeine, and nicotine. Those are the most recent ones. Those are the ones that I'm three months clean from. I'm thinking of stopping smoking and drinking as well, but the brain is really good at telling me it's not that bad. Yeah, it's not that bad. It's expensive. Maintaining the nicotine addiction is expensive, and I was just like, it's not really worth spending the money on that anymore, eh? So I stopped spending money on that by quitting. And for the alcohol, well, I didn't really quit the alcohol. I drank it every now and then still after I had quit smoking, and then I would have like this rebound effect and I'd spend a whole week feeling absolutely shit. And so yeah, I was like, hey, it's not really worth it. Why am I doing this to myself? And with the caffeine, it was the same thing. Like I noticed if I played video games and drank coffee, then I can't sleep, or I don't sleep, or I don't wake up in the morning. It was just like, okay, I must either do video games or coffee. I gotta choose one or the other. I can't do both at the same time. It messes with the brain chemistry a little too much. So the main addiction that I quit was the smoking. The rest of it just kind of fell into place as I quit the smoking. Video games win all the time. Nah, not in my relationship. Video games come second to my relationships. But video games definitely take priority over substances. A pack every other day, that's like 3 triples a game a month. 3 AAA games a month. Yeah. I was thinking more like food. It was like, how much more food could I have? Because like every month I would come short on food, and I would have to like scrounge things together and fast to make it last until I was back at the shop. And I was like, this isn't working. If I didn't spend this like $160 on cigarettes and tobacco, I could, you know, live a little longer. In every sense. It wasn't me thinking about video games, to be honest. It was mostly about food and gas to cook on, gas to heat up water, and you know, that kind of shit. Food is better for the survival. Yeah, unfortunately my solar rig isn't able to power my desktop, so no more video games for me anyway. Not until I can sell the desktop and buy a laptop. The desktop is a 600 watts and I've only got a 400 watt inverter, so you know, it doesn't really work. Self-sufficient, sort of. Off-grid, sort of. I've got a basic solar system that can power the stream here, so you know, don't need to pay anybody for electricity. I've got a little garden of things that grow and some chickens and whatever, but I could be more self-sufficient. I could be more off-grid, using gas instead of power. Yeah, there's still things that could change. I'm not completely independent. The electricity energy service providers here are not reliable, and so, you know, they didn't really give me much of a choice. I had to either give up on streaming and hosting this channel, or I had to find some other source for power. So, find another source of power I did. Mr. Subin, how you doing? You guys know each other? That's so cool. You're getting to know each other now, meeting for the first time. Mr. Subin never misses my lives. He's always there to say, how's it? I'm glad to hear you're good. Mr. Subin is usually the first person to chat. Not today, but usually he is. Doesn't say much, but I think that's because of the language barrier. I think English is not his first language. Okay, I can get rid of these lines that I made now. Time-lapsing these videos afterwards is fucking tedious. Fucking tedious. Going back and downloading the VODs and then time-lapsing the stuff. It's a lot more tedious than it needs to be. The biggest issue is that I can't watch my video preview while I'm editing because the laptop is too fucking useless. The laptop is just fucking useless, man. You have a good computer, but if I edit too much I can't really preview anymore either. It becomes a dire show. Only after rendering is fine. It's like the trusting in your own abilities to judge your editing without seeing it. Yeah. With my desktop, when there was power to run it, I never had any issues with that. I could always, I don't know, depends I guess on how big your files are, but I never had any issues with the preview on the desktop. And this your desktop is like way better than mine, for sure. I can't stream and play games at the same time with my desktop. I I use OpenShot. OpenShot video editing. Yeah, I think. Let me just check. OpenShot video editor. Yeah, I also use a. It's not freeware. It's open source. It is a little bit limited. No special features or anything, but it works for my purposes. marked in all of the hair, haven't I? I have. So what do I do next now? What do I do next? The jacket is not as dark a shade as the shirt. The shirt is the darkest shade, so we start there. Boobas always help. I guess they do. I don't got any though, unfortunately. Quite flat-chested, as most men are. Yeah, unfortunately. Is it unfortunate? Is it fortunate? I don't know. I couldn't say. How do I prefer it? I prefer having the ability to decide, you know, at a moment's notice. Ah, today I'll have this, and today I'll have that. Today I think I'll have horns and green eyes, and today I'll have some breasts and a vagina. Tomorrow I think I'll hang on to that penis. You know, I'd like it if it was something that was like an outfit that you could change whenever you liked. That's how I'd prefer it. Well, you know, we're not that far away from that cyberpunk world. What would be ideal though is just having a whole cupboard of bodies that I could decide if I'm gonna wear this body or that body or that body. So that I don't have to change this body all the time. I can just, you know, put it in the cupboard and take another one for the day. I think that would be ideal. Ghost in the Shell. I don't think so. I haven't seen it. If I have heard of it, I haven't seen it. It comes as far as you are just a brain with different bodies. I would think that my brain is part of the body. That I'm a little bit more than a brain. My consciousness is quantum entangled, you know, with the electricity currents and the light patterns. It exists with my physical form and without my physical form. But I'll have a look at that anime, Ghost in a Shell, because I do like my anime. Like, my favorite animes are Monster. What else? Promised Neverland. I did enjoy that other one, Attack on Titan, but I mean it's not the best one around. Tokyo Ghoul also, I did enjoy it, but it's not like the best anime around. I think I heard that somewhere before that the quantum stuff and light and radiation that goes through your body becomes an extension or something. Well, you know, when I think about how quantum theory works, I can't imagine that, you know, once consciousness exists, because it's just like patterns of energy moving around, once it exists, it is quantum entangled. So, you know, it's beyond space and time and location. It exists everywhere at all times, past, present, and future, from the moment that, you know, those consciousness connections are formed, which is during your formative months as a fetus. And then it doesn't matter if your body degrades, your consciousness remains. Where it goes, or what we do with it once the body has gone, I don't really know, but it's still there. Filling all the gaps, can't have any white poking out. Can't have any white poking out. 'cause the only white thing is the Nike label. You forgot to order the pizza, snap! And now you only remember when your tummy's growling and being like, hey, where's that pizza? In my little world, we can't order food. I can order tech. I can order like stationery, supplies, technology, whatever I want, except food. It's just too far. It's too far for like an hour's delivery story. They just don't do it. If I place an order for something like parts for my solar rig or for a PC, it'll take a couple days to a week, possibly longer, to reach here. There's no such thing as like food delivery services. So I have to make my own pizza. I've gotten pretty good at it, pizza making. I make some of the best pizza I've ever eaten. But yeah, then I go once a month, I drive to town and do my grocery shopping, and it's usually on the day that I go to town. I'll leave my dough rising. I'll make dough in the morning, and I'll go shopping and buy my pizza ingredients, my toppings and all that, and I'll come home and I'll make it and eat it. What's my favorite pizza? I don't have a favorite, hey? Any pizza that's got olives on it is a good pizza. Olives and pepper dews are like a must-have on a pizza. Everything else is optional. Mushrooms? Mushrooms are optional. They're good, but they're optional. Hey, Queen of Discs, how are you doing today? So I know the last thing I said to you was that there was no sure way, you know, there was no foolproof way to make your person contact you and communicate with you. So I wanted to like expand on that. So there are certain methods or approaches you could take that would ensure 100% that they're gonna contact you, but then like what that's like pretty extreme. So here's an example, like that obsession cast that we were talking about would work. You know, it would make him want to fuck so bad that he couldn't resist messaging you. That would be the only way to ensure it happens, but even then it's not foolproof, because you got to be able to summon up enough lust and transfer it to him to get the ball rolling. And yeah, to do that, it would be okay to do that like if it was your partner that you were trying to deal with. It's not so much ethical if I do it on your behalf, if someone else does it on your behalf, because you know, I would be fine if I was single to do that on someone else's behalf, but not when I'm in a relationship. It's kind of like energy cheating or astral cheating. You think somebody did that to you? Hello pizza lovers, thanks for this topic, Kanela. That happened to me once. Holy shit, everybody's been hexed. Pizza, lack of sexy times, BFF. Shame, guys. Sorry to hear about that. I sentence you to live. Welcome to the chat though, welcome. Good to see you again. Thanks for joining us. Thank you. I had to take yesterday off because I could hardly breathe. It was just no good. We could eat pizza and let the sexual frustration out together. Very appealing. You can turn it into a big ass orgy where everybody's touching themselves together. You know, it reminds me, it brings up this idea for me. So there's an organization. What are they called? I don't remember right now. But basically they're like all into sexual shamanism. So you go on this like 21-day retreat and they got a whole bunch of weird ass fucking sex rituals that everybody does, and one of them is to like masturbate in a room together. Everybody fucking masturbating together in a room. Touch each other is fine, but nobody touch my pizza. Pizza everywhere for sensual eating. Have fun with the chat, guys. Don't let the cat die. Keep the cat alive. Aziza Zura, there's my partner, my love, my beautiful queen. We will eat pizza and have sexy time together one of these days. You ordered Diablo pizza. The cat will never die, even if it means eating the corpse of its master. Lol. Yeah, pizza orgy, it's happening. Top tier spiritual talk. Yes, well. Sex, death and blood, very much part of the magical realms. Very potent aspect of magic that can't be left untouched. All that sexual energy, all that sexual frustration, that's power, and you can tap into it. You can tap into it and use it to empower your dreams and your desires. It is a gimmick though, you can tap that kind of energy without using sex magic, but it is like a shortcut. It is a shortcut to tapping huge amounts of power. Pepperoni and jalapeno, damn. We should go back to blood magics. You say it as if we're not in the blood magics. Speak for yourself. I wrote an article about it if you're interested. I Sentence You to Live. I wrote an article on the topics of blood magic and sex magic and death magic, you know, to try and break down some of the stigma around it and help folks understand why it's used and where it was practiced and when it should be practiced, etc. Sentence is making my blood boil. Yeah, so you see my links, my social links. One of them says they're occult medium or something like that. So if you go through that link, you'll find most of my written articles. Some of them are not there, but most are. Like my banishing ritual is not there, but just about everything else I've written is there. Banishing ritual is on Facebook. Oh, you got it. Fantastic. It's one of the links that I didn't include in the bot. Like if you type !links, you'll get like a whole list of commands to get different links to like Instagram, to Facebook and whatever, Twitter. I didn't include Medium for some reason. I should. It just slipped my mind when I was setting it up. Sometimes the bot doesn't work, so if you type it and it doesn't say anything back, just type it again, try again. The bot's still learning how things work. Oh, you're too late. Thank you, babe. Thanks for sharing my links. The thing I love about sex, death, and blood magic, I'm by no means an expert, but it is the fact it shows how sacred things are, things that are usually seen as bad or as taboo. Thank you for that perspective. Avoiding certain parts of life is no way to live. We are sentenced to live, aren't we? By the way, I'd really appreciate a follow on Medium. If you like what you find, please hit the follow button. Even if you never use Medium again. Lol. Thanks so much for that follow. If I can get to 100 followers on Medium or something like that, I can monetize my writing, which would be really neat. I smell popping corn. I smell corn that's popping. smell is really good, yeah. I'm taking way too long to do this. It's taking me way longer than it should. The jacket is next. The jacket is a slightly less dark shade. Oh, thank you. It's coming along nicely. Yep. I need to move on to a different piece. This one. I need to work on that one a little bit. I'm getting a bit bored of this one. I'm like at that point where I'm like, do I have to go on? I wish I was done. And that's usually when I switch to a different one. It starts to feel too much like work. Okay, so I'll be right back. Wrong scene. I feel like it could be focusing better. What am I doing? I'm not supposed to be working on this piece anymore. I'm supposed to be moving on. I just can't help myself. Hey, Midnight. I'm good, thanks. Recovering nicely from that cold that I had. I needed to take yesterday off though, because I could barely breathe. But today, I'm back. I'm back on track. How about you? How are you doing? Thanks for stopping by the way. Finished with this one for now. Replace it with that one. Okay, I need my reference for the cliff wall. No. Sorry to have you. I hear you had a cold. Yes, it sucked. It does suck. It's not quite done yet. I need to just do some troubleshooting here. So I consistently have this issue where Facebook disconnects while the other channels remain online. Hoping you can give me some indication as to why. How am I doing, says Exclaim. I'm doing good, thanks. How about you? I had to take yesterday off because the cold was getting the better of me, but I'm recovering. Like yesterday I could barely breathe. Digging up some pretty deep shit again. Oh, thank you so much, Midnight. You're just relaxing and you've come to give some love and support in my chat. Thank you for keeping my cat alive. It's storming so much that it's beginning to flood. Jeez. The weather is so dramatically different here. It's like hot, 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 hot. Oh, I was always going to survive, but thank you. Thank you for your concern. It sucks though, you know, there's those moments where you're like, fuck, I wish I could just breathe. Wish I could just stop like struggling to breathe and actually just breathe now. Realizing how our behavior is pulsation based. Interesting. Tell me more. Tell me more about what that means. Okay. Pulsion in French means drive. Okay. Pulsion means drive. So our behaviors are driven, base driven. This may be true for a lot of people, but there are the unique few who are not. The unique few who are driven by a decision they've made. Their behavior is decided by a decision they made long ago. But I think for the most part you're right. Behaviors are impulse driven. Impulse based. But like, what has brought you to that conclusion? Are you just like musing? You're just alone and you're thinking and that's the conclusion you reached? Or is there a specific train of thought that has led you there? Ah, you're realizing that impulse-driven people are the most dangerous, and that is the truth. And those people who end up in court for manslaughter, and like their excuse is temporary insanity, it's literally because, you know, they've spent their lives making it normal to be impulse driven, to act on impulse. And so in those moments where it really counts that they control themselves, they can't. And they end up hurting themselves as much as they hurt others. It's quite sad. I live in a flood zone here, but it's been hot here in the highs, 90 degrees, near to 36 Celsius, but feels like 40 or more, thanks to humidity. Ish. I notice that my bitrate does fluctuate rapidly. Perhaps when it gets too low, Facebook auto closes the broadcast. Yes, please join the debate about the impulses. Want me to write or talk about it? Yeah, let's keep the conversation in text so that everyone can feel equally involved. Yes, please, most certainly. Sometimes impulses can be helpful. Or they aren't that dangerous. Example, if I see someone that needs help, I may have an impulse to help them if I can, or even a little pain inducing. I may have an impulse to get a new tattoo because I love tattoos. Okay, I'm contemplating the idea of an impulse to heal, because I don't experience it personally. It's always a conscious decision. Okay, from my perspective, every impulse is usually driven from a negative space, such as a fear-driven impulse, or a shame-driven impulse, or a pride-driven impulse, or a hatred-driven impulse, and so on and so forth. It's very seldom that actually. Is there even a single, lust-driven impulses? Is there a single example I can derive from in my own life where it's a positive thing? Okay, I guess I have had creative impulses where I've had like an impulse to create, particularly when it comes to food, but this is also driven out of like a manic fear place, because it's like late at night at the wrong time, and it messes with my sleep schedule, it messes with my routine in general, it ends up doing more harm than good. Even though it might seem innocent, that impulse to create now at 1 o'clock in the morning, it's still detrimental. It's still coming from an ill space inside. Long story short, working on my fear, my father almost quit my mother. He almost didn't, because another woman was playing with his needs. Wasn't aware of. This made me realize that many women and some men use manipulation, playing on drives, needs and fears to get what they want. The real danger of impulse is not being aware of them and their consequences. There's nothing that makes me more angry, to be honest, when someone is deliberately trying to play with my fear or my lust. It turns me vengeful, like dangerously vengeful. Yeah, my impulse is to hurt them. When someone's trying to manipulate me like that, my impulse is to do them grievous injury. That they can't come back from. It stops between 30 min and 60 min after broadcasting. It does not automatically reconnect. I have to disable and re-enable. Midnight says, but I think it's knowing what your impulse triggers are, how to manage them and make them work to your benefit. But like a greed impulse, you may want to buy new food or art supplies, and then you may find yourself creating something beautiful with food or art supplies. Indeed, or I may find myself unable to pay for my daughter's school fees because I impulsively bought art supplies and luxurious food. Exclaim says, same here. You also feel the like vengefulness. That's why I'm rejecting people that are hitting on me. I see. Exclaim does agree with Midnight. The trick is to make them work in the direction that you want them to go. I'm not convinced yet, guys. I haven't been convinced yet of this impulse business. They still look detrimental to me. Maybe I'm unique in it, but I find that every impulse I have causes me pain. Fulfilling it causes me regret and pain in the resolution. Ignoring it causes me pain. You know, it's difficult and uncomfortable to resist your temptations and your impulses. So one way or the other, it's still pain and I don't like it. Whether I act on the impulse or resist the impulse, it's still pain. But once you're aware of your impulses, needs and fears, you see human interactions differently. However, keep in mind that I'm a person who has picked themselves apart and realized what I'm capable of, and then tried to be more productive instead of being destructive. Example, if I'm angry, rather than hitting someone or a thing, I go walk, or I may write how I feel. Fantastic. That's exactly what I encourage people to do. If you feel a negative impulse, a negative emotion that compels you to act in a certain way, then to channel that into something creative and constructive instead of reacting to the emotion. That's power. That's literally the definition of authority and power. Okay, Exclaim gives an example saying, you can take your impulse to eat as useful to your survival, but if you eat too much, you may get health problems or something else. For one impulse, you have to play with the intensity. Okay. Okay. I see. So I'll be the devil's advocate and I'll say it might be easier if I didn't have the impulse to eat, if it wasn't a necessity or something as part of survival. If I could choose to eat for the sake of enjoyment or choose not to eat for the sake of efficiency without experiencing any negative impacts, without experiencing any pain, that would be ideal. Okay, it's time for me to start putting ink on this backdrop. You guys do provide interesting perspective on, the nature of man and the nature of impulsion and compulsion. And I think, it is very important that you're able to learn how to redirect the energy, redirect the emotional energy that is creating the compulsion or the impulsion. I still feel like under just about every single circumstance, reacting to your impulse is going to result in pain and suffering for yourself and anyone else involved. Even if it comes to eating. Maybe there's something broken to do. Maybe something about my instincts is a little bit broken. Because like with that example of food, first of all, I wish I didn't have to eat. And then secondly, when I do get too hungry and I get that impulse to eat, the impulse is to eat way more than I need. Wouldn't an impulse be like a craving? Perhaps. It would be easier. I myself take very small pleasure in eating, but it's necessary. Then you have to deal with it. Thus create a theory about it. Is an impulse like a craving? I'm thinking about it. Thinking about how to define an impulse. Okay, so say I am in a dangerous situation and I feel afraid and that fear compels me to run or to fight. I wouldn't say that that's a craving, is it? I think a craving and an impulse, they're similar, but they're like on opposite ends of the spectrum. The compulsion is usually to get away from an experience, and the craving is usually to get towards an experience. Needs equal craving, fear, impulse. I think something along those lines, although I don't think, like, you could also replace fear with guilt. You could replace fear with, yeah, I would say guilt and pain, like heartache kind of pain, betrayal. So you could replace fear with certain other things, and it would still, I'd still consider it an impulse or a compulsion. And then needs, yes, then lust would also fall into craving, because lust doesn't necessarily represent a need. It's a want, a desire, and a craving. But I think desires can be separate from craving. Craving is painful. When you reach a point where you crave it, it's like it's painful to be without it when it starts to become a craving. A desire is, I want to create that, or I want to impose this change upon my reality. When I'm craving it, I'm frustrated with reality as it is. I don't like reality as it is, and I want to escape it, or I want to move into another reality that I prefer. And it's painful as long as I'm not in the reality that I prefer. So I would like, I see craving as a suffering. If I'm craving, I'm suffering. It's a hardship. If I desire something, it doesn't have to be painful. Pokra, how are you doing? How am I doing? I've been a little bit sick, hey? I've been a little bit sickies with the sniffles. But I'm coming right. At last. At long last, I'm coming right. It's been like, this is the fourth day that I've had the sniffles. So it was all good until yesterday. Yesterday it was quite bad. I had to take yesterday off. But I was still able to stream and show up and do household chores and all that. Yesterday I couldn't do jack shit. Today I'm back on my feet though. Oh, you didn't know I'm an artist? Well, welcome to the art stream. We're busy debating the nature of impulses and whether they are constructive or deconstructive, and which ones are, what the differences are between desires and cravings. There's always a reaction to every action, but I would think it's always about knowing yourself, strength, weakness, and working things to help rather than to hurt. With that statement in mind, in my personal life, I think any time that I react to an emotion, I cause harm. Whether that's a positive emotion or a negative emotion, causing harm to myself, the purposes and goals that I've set for myself, and those around me. Every time that I feel an emotion, I have to choose a creative action that is aligned with the purpose or the vision or the goals that I'm pursuing or the desires that I have. Any time that I do what the emotion is telling me to do, I am separating myself from my desires. That is how I've observed it in my own inner world. And what my body is mixing up is that when someone hits on me, I perceive myself as prey. As if I were in danger. This happens when I'm at the center of attention. Interesting. Very interesting. I feel like I am the predator if I make myself the center of attention. I feel like I am predating, as in because if I'm the center of attention, I've put myself there. I've deliberately commanded the center of attention. Otherwise, I'll sit in the background and nobody will notice me. When I want to be noticed, I get noticed. So I feel like it's a predatory action, making myself the center of attention. And I ask myself, why do I do that? When I have, and I ask myself, why do I feel like I need all of this attention right now? What was that impulse that drove me to put myself as the center of attention? What was I hoping to accomplish? Usually it is something to do with like a sexual appetite, putting myself as the center of attention in order to attract a sexual partner. Or multiple, depending on circumstances. One of my impulses, window shopping on online shopping sites like Amazon. Does it take away from like going to the gym or something else? Yes, but do I regret it? No. Does it help? Yes, because I'm being creative in my mind with certain things I want to have in my life, such as a house, or seeing how I could maybe recreate my wardrobes. So no judgment when I say this, but I don't spend time window shopping on Amazon or Takealot or any of these places. The only time I go there is to make a purchase. I don't go there. I'll only go there if there's something I need in my home, in my world, and I know that I can get it there. And then I don't look at anything except what I want to get when I'm purchasing. And then back to the center of attention thing with X-Flame. So if I see someone else doing what I would do to make myself the center of attention, I deliberately ignore them. I feel triggered, like how dare you try and command my attention and the attention of everybody in the room. I deliberately ignore it when other people do it. I realize I have had many missed opportunities because of this, but at the same time, I will not be manipulated with sex. Yeah, I feel that. Can I give an example of what I do to be the center of attention? What do I do to bring myself into the center of attention? I will listen to what everybody's saying, and I will insert comments that deliberately steer the topic in a direction where I know what I'm talking about and others don't. Where I know I have more to say on this topic than anyone else in the room, and so I will hold the conversation, and I will hold the topic. And depending on how desperate I am for the attention, I'll start to gesticulate and yeah, I think that's a fair example, like just commanding the conversation, taking steering it in a direction where I will be able to speak over anyone else, or I'll be able to speak longer and someone would have to interrupt me in order to get something in. Sketching on Twitch, showing your enormous tip. Streaming on sketching on Twitch. Is that me commanding attention? I wish it was successful at commanding attention. I don't feel like it is. I feel like I get very little attention when I stream art. It does give us more room to have these kinds of deeper conversations, but it seems that very few are into that kind of thing, you know, debating and having serious conversation. Or another example is like, they have these events on the Sabbats here in this area, and they do things like martial arts and meditation and yoga and whatever. They do dream sharing, all sorts of different things. And I go there and I usually just watch, but I could command attention, you know. I could go and do the Tai Chi with them and stand out and like attract attention, because, you know, I'm not a noob at it. So the people who are there would be learning about it for the first time, maybe second time, but I know a lot of the movements already. And my form is pretty good. And I'm in pretty decent shape, you know. If I take my shirt off, I'm fucking sexy with abs and definition. So yeah, so it's like anytime that I'm it's hard for me to put this into words, but it's like when I step into my potential, put it that way, if I step into my potential in the wrong kind of space, if I step into my potential when there's no one else that could meet that same level of potential, I attract attention to myself. So it's very strategic and very predatory when I observe a situation and I realize, oh shit, none of these people have this level of potential within this specific topic. So if I steer things towards that topic, then I can outshine everybody else. Acting like you know your stuff and becoming a leader? Maybe. Maybe. Maybe, or maybe you found yourself being safe from a possible bad or dangerous situation. I guess it may be what and how you perceive things. Law of perception is an interesting mental thing. Tell me more about the law of perception, because it would be the first time I hear of that. What you're saying is helping me. I guess you're talking to both of us. I'm glad that this conversation can help you dig through all the layers of self. Why do I feel so negative with anything that I do? Are you asking me that question, Midnight? Why do I feel so negative with anything that I do? Xname says, holy shit, this is my belief. When I have unprovoked, unwanted attention, I feel like praying. Don't try to mess with our minds to manipulate us, please. Why do you feel the need to protect yourself so much? So, in a situation where it's necessary for me to lead, in a situation where it's necessary for me to engage my potential, whatever that might look like, then I do not see it as negative. I fully embrace that purpose and engage my potential to its maximum. If that outshines people or makes people seem insecure or makes people seem small or renders teachers obsolete, so be it. But if it's not necessary, and I'm doing it for my own selfish intentions to get my way with certain groups of people or certain individuals, then I consider it to be a negative thing. Then I do feel shame and guilt surrounding it. I feel like I'm taking away from other people right now. And it's like there's no need for me to engage its potential, but I'm doing it in order to attract attention away from others who, are holding potential for whatever reason. They might be trying to feed their children, who knows? And then here I am, flaunting my stuff, making it impossible for them. I'm just musing right now. When I provoke the attention, it's no problem because I know why I'm the center of attention. Law of perception. More than one person can experience the same situation, but every person can come out with multiple different outlooks on the same event. Okay. I'm familiar with that concept. But a question is being begged. Why do you feel so negative with anything you do? It's to you. Okay, so I feel like I did answer it. Let me know if I answered it to your satisfaction. I think Xlame was joking when he said don't manipulate us. I think we both saw what you were doing and do appreciate it. And I've done the same thing to you, I know. I've asked you the difficult questions and made you look at yourself. How can I change it into a positive? Well, okay, so I'm going to give an example I'm going to give an example and then go back to my own experience. So, assaulting someone is a negative thing. I think we can agree on that. Reacting to your anger and assaulting someone is a negative thing. And I don't think there's any way that you could change that assault to be a good thing. So, going back to my life as an example now, when I need to engage my full potential, whether that is, to summon a whirlwind or to enchant a protection barrier around the valley to prevent it from being burned, or whether that is to heal someone of HIV and AIDS, or whatever it might be, I'm outshining everyone else around me when I do that, because there are very few people who can tap that same level of potential. But if I'm doing that with a self-seeking motive, if I'm doing that in order to take attention deliberately away from people for no good reason, no valid reason, there's no way that that could ever be made a good thing. Using my potential for selfish gain, for fleshly gain and satisfaction, I cannot change that to be a positive thing. Tapping my potential for the sake of others and for the sake of growth and change and protection and whatever it might be, that is just and good. But doing it for, selfish reasons that hurt other people, sure, following your own desires and filling your own cup is fine as long as it's not hurting anyone. But if it's taking away from others, then it's not a positive, and it cannot be made a positive. You have to go. Thanks for stopping by, Exclaim. And yeah, it was a fantastic chat. We'll see you again soon. And Midnight says exactly, and I'm sorry I'm a little slow. Slow to type? Yeah, it's not so easy to keep up in the live chats. When I join other people's streams, it's hard to keep up. No need to apologize. And I do appreciate your questions, by the way, Midnight. I appreciate these questions and the opportunity to answer them. Shits. That was a fuck up, but anyway. We'll have to just hide it somehow. My apologies, dear, but I feel like that's almost not wanting to see yourself grow in a way, because you're not responsible for someone else's intellectual level. Plus, you may feel like you are outshining someone, but in reality you may be teaching someone and not know it, or even giving them another viewpoint to consider. Maybe you're right. I do feel like it's not necessary for me to It's not necessary for me to show off in order to grow. It's not necessary for me to outshine someone in order to grow. There are situations where it is necessary, but like in general, it's not necessary. I am responsible for my own growth. But that idea that I could be providing new perspective, that's something to consider. That I might be teaching, that's something to consider. But I guess I look at the bigger picture of things and try to see the positive. I'm guilty of this. And I appreciate you being able to conversation with you and call you a friend. Thank you so much. That's very sweet. I also try to look at the bigger picture, but I'm not looking for positive or negative. I'm looking at it objectively. Just want to see how my actions influence the environment for better or worse. And then I decide, is that what I want to be? Is that the influence I want to have on the environment? Is it worth it? And depending on, my answer to that question, I'll adjust my behavior or my actions for future. But does it benefits? Does what benefits? And who benefits? And who gets hurt? does it benefit you and others to not engage on a topic you know well of and others don't? Or does it benefit you to engage and maybe help others, possibly gaining a new perspective? Well, I think it would always benefit someone else if I had to share my perspective on a topic that I know more than others. It would always benefit them. It may very well create conflict as well. So I don't only ask myself, will I benefit from it? Will others benefit from it? I also ask, is it worth it? Because you don't always have to top someone, you know? If people are talking about a topic that you know a lot about, and someone there is just learning about it and is sharing some of the things that they've just learned, it's not necessary to top that. You don't have to have something more valuable to say than them. You can let them have that moment, you know? It's not worth creating that conflict in that moment. Or that's how I would see it. It's not worth it. Like, I don't need the recognition, and it's not that important that these people know about this topic right now, so then it's not really worth it. But there are circumstances where someone who doesn't know what they're talking about is saying something as if they do know, and they're teaching dangerous information, and then I will speak. And I will speak in order to correct them, whether they agree or not. I will speak in order to make it plain and clear what is healthy and what is not healthy. So most of the time I will keep my cool. I'll keep my peace. I won't speak when others are speaking. I'm not in a very big hurry to make it known. You know, I'm not in a big hurry to let others know how much I know or what I'm capable of. Not in a big hurry for that. I'll rather keep quiet if I don't have to. If I don't have to speak, I'd rather be quiet. But is it about being seen and outshine them, or is it to be involved in good conversation with someone? So, yeah, I guess your intention is important there. My intention would be important. So then if I'm going to do that, if I'm going to engage on a topic for the sake of good conversation, then I'm just not going to make it obvious, you know, how versed I am in this topic. I will ask questions to get them to speak more on the topic rather than trying to tell them how it works. So if we're talking about computers, for example, I know quite a bit about computers. So I'll ask them questions and see how far they can answer. If they reach a point where they don't know the answer to a question, I'll say, well, as it happens to be, I do know the answer to that question, here it is. But you know, if others are able to provide the information there, I'm not going to jump forward to put that information there. Even if we're engaging in good conversation, I'm going to let others speak, even if I know a lot on this topic. If I'm going to suddenly start, you know, because I know a lot about this topic, I could just spurt it all out. I could just talk all day about computers and not give anyone else in the room the chance to talk about computers. Or I could be quiet and listen to what they have to say about computers, ask them questions, and insert information where they're missing, you know, where their knowledge lacks. So when I was young, when I was like a kid, like maybe 8, 9 through until 13, then I was very much concerned about being recognized. I was very much concerned about whether people knew that I was as knowledgeable or as intelligent or as capable as I was. And I was very concerned about people thinking that I'm not capable or that I'm not educated, because I actually am very well educated. There was a certain point in my life, I guess, where I was like, why the fuck do I do that? I was like, why do I care if others know that I'm smart or if they think I'm stupid? And I asked myself that question, and it boiled down to insecurity. It was that I needed someone else to validate me. I couldn't validate myself. I couldn't look at myself and say, okay, I know that I'm educated. I know that I'm smart. I needed someone else to say it before it could be true. I didn't like that about myself. I didn't like that insecurity once I'd found it. So I dealt with it. It didn't go away overnight, but I practiced validating myself. And you know, as I went through life, I got less and less recognition and less validation from people around me, and I was giving myself more and more validation and more recognition. And so steadily, slowly but surely, replacing the need for external validation with internal validation. And then once that point was reached, then the discernment and conversation comes up. Then it's like, that's when I started to be quiet. Rather than speak, to be quiet and listen, even if I know about this thing more than the others in the room, to rather be quiet and let them have their say, give them validation, because I don't need it. Maybe they still need it, you know, maybe they haven't really realized their insecurity yet. Let them have the moment. But it was a steady change and a steady learning. But again, you don't think it's always about validation or recognition with people as a whole. No? Please feel free to expand on that idea. What alternatives are there? What alternatives are in mind for you? Do you have in mind? It's kind of okay to be prey in a win-win situation. For example, being hit on. The important question is the predator want to win it all, or is there something to gain from it? Interesting perspective, and welcome back. Like in my example, if I'm the predator in a situation and like I was when it comes to my partner, I hunted her, very much like a predator, and I didn't hurt her. I don't hurt her, not in any way. You know, she benefits from being predated on as much as I benefit from her as prey. And that's how it should be, particularly when it comes to relationships. Growth, gain, knowledge or different perspective, finding an equal on that topic or situation, reviewing and refining a moral or value. I may have my own, and seeing why do I claim it. Just wanted to share this epiphany with you as you're helping me to think. Have to really go though. Bye everyone. Bye again. Those are just a few reasons. So I definitely hear you, Midnight. So I do these occasional study groups or study gatherings where me and other psychics and streamers get together and we chat and we expand on each other's knowledge and ideas. And in that case I can see, you know, the motive being growth, expansion of knowledge, looking from different perspectives. But I don't feel like any of us in that situation is equal. Like, I might be the leader of the conversation, I might decide where the conversation goes, but each person in the group's discussion is, you know, an expert in something. They have a perspective or a topic that they are expert within. Each of us is that way. Reviewing and refining a moral or value. So I feel like what we've been doing here today, you and I, Midnight, is refining a moral or value. In this case, like for me, the moral or the value that I'm presenting, I'm certain of it. It doesn't, like from my perspective, I don't need to refine it. But you asking me questions about it and challenging me to put it into words is refining it. It is bringing the value. It's making it clearer, helping me understand why it is so important to me. And I think the value that I'm arguing for here is humility. It's like being able to recognize my own value, give myself my own validation, grow and expand within my own space, and learn from others whether or not they have as much, you know, as much experience or as much knowledge. And that is the foundation of that is humility. Being able to recognize that, you know, we are all experts in some way. We are all equal. But I don't feel like anyone is equal within the same topic. Every human being is so vastly unique from the next. We are equal as beings, but the value that we have is dramatically different from each being, from each individual to the next. But that's why we're supposed to grow, and we prompt growth to each other if you seek it out. Unfortunately, the world as it currently stands is very much based around image, presentation, and ego. So authentic growth is something that's very difficult to be a representative of. Because oftentimes when you express yourself authentically, you demolish inauthentic presentations. Inauthentic, egoic presentations get demolished by authentic expression. And authentic expression always takes more, it always gathers more attention. It's always more impressive than the egoic display. So, you know, when you're going to certain festivals or events and you're hoping to make connections and make growth, it's a difficult one. It's a very close balancing act, because being your authentic self can be very triggering and very challenging to others in that space. And then again, it comes back to that question, is it worth it? Is it worth creating this conflict right now? In all fairness, I enjoy having these types of conversations. Me too, you know, this is how we do it. This is why we're here. It's what we're doing. Hey, Mr. Subin, you're still here, or are you bouncing back in? Ah, so I've been streaming for like 4 hours. Holy shit, 4 hours and a minute. Holy shit. So I'm not in any kind of hurry to leave. I want to shade in this whole section that I'm busy with here before I bounce off. And that's my everyday battle. Is it worth it? But then some people believe in fate, and then I wonder, what's the point of anything? Yeah. Count on destiny to throw a spanner in the works, eh? So let's expand on the idea of fates. Like, maybe you can give me your definition of fates. Because I don't really use that word. I don't really have a definition for it. Fate. Something that is going to happen regardless of anything. One thing that could be considered as fate would be death and change. Death is inevitable to all things, and so is change. Even death happens in all changes. I'm thinking about that. Thinking about that. So death is fate, and change is fate. Okay. And life? I feel like if death is fate, then so is life. So I feel like I chose to be here as a mortal human being. I feel like I chose to be here because it was where I would be most free. Where life could be most freely and authentically expressed. I feel like I chose to be the grass. I chose to be the pig. I chose to be the bird. If I am life, I chose to be these things because they allowed me to express myself freely. And when we got to the top of the food chain with man, that was the most complete expression, but it required all of the other things first. So then what's the point? The point is to be free. And this, what we are, this cycle of this balance between life and death, that is our freedom. And we get caught up in fears and shames and guilts and things that make us suffer and keep us contained and keep us away from freedom, but those things are not who we are. That's not our authentic self. If we are being authentic, we are productive and trustworthy, reliable, creative, accepting, expressive, humble, graceful, enduring, compassionate, loving, kind, forgiving, honest, tactful, discerning, understanding. And in all of those things we're free. However, the saying "we are fated to be together" referring to lovers, I find it is to be a lie. Because it's fate, then no matter what, how, when, nothing would stand in its way and nothing would cause change. So if change and death are inevitable, how can fate exist with change and death in it? How could fate exist when change and death are a constant? I feel it is fated, or it is destiny, or it is purpose to love and be loved. That is part of why we are. That's part of, like I was saying earlier, I chose to be this, we choose to be this. Part of our freedom, our free expression, is to love something, love someone, love everything, and be loved in return by everything. So the idea that we're fated to be together as lovers and fuck today and fight tomorrow, that sounds like self-deception. But to love purely, with or without sexual engagement, is fated. That is destiny or purpose. It's part of the change. It's part of the cycle of life and death. And, to expand on that idea, the idea that nothing could stand in the way of love, or shouldn't, or if it was fated. So I see that is the truth, nothing can stand in the way of love. Nothing does stand in the way of love. Love is patient and kind and understanding and gentle and generous and forgiving. It keeps no records of wrong. So if love is all of these things in its purest and most authentic form, then nothing can stand in its way. If something stands in its way, you placed it, if someone betrays you and you can't forgive, you're placing that betrayal as a higher priority than the authentic expression of love, and that, then it wasn't really love. You chose to stop loving. The minute that you give betrayal a priority, you choose to stop loving. And sometimes you have to do that in order to protect yourself. But in my own life, in my short little life so far, it has never been a mistake to forgive. It has always resulted in... It has always made things better. For everyone. It's never been a mistake to forgive. It is a mistake to not place boundaries, forgive and then think that you don't have to place a boundary. Then you'll get hurt again. The boundary would be there to prevent the betrayal from being, recreated. Now, if we have to talk about being cheated on in a relationship, because that's what we're insinuating at, even though it's not specifically limited to that idea of being cheated on. That's what we're insinuating at right now. So, if you're cheated on, you've been betrayed. Now you can forgive, and you can choose to love that person and continue to be intimate with that person. And you can leave things exactly as they were, and you'll most likely be cheated on again. Unless, of course, they took responsibility and learned and really committed not to do it again. But let's just assume that they go ahead and do it again. You only have yourself to blame. You can forgive without opening yourself up to be hurt again. You can set a boundary, and that boundary shouldn't be crossable. Like the person who betrayed you, now you place a boundary. Okay, I forgive you, our relationship can continue, but because of this incident there has to be a boundary, and that boundary is we will no longer share a bed. We will no longer be sexually intimate because you have violated the sanctity of that aspect of our relationship. We still continue to express the symptoms of love towards another, but this sexual sacredness of our relationship has been violated, so we no longer engage in that. And that's a very difficult boundary to place. Hey Godslick, Angelo, welcome back. Testing my memory. What you testing my memory on? I would agree with your thoughts, except how you described, because some have not learned to do that. Yeah. What's up, Godslick? It's been a long time since you've been here in the chat. Oh, you want to see if I remember you? Of course I remember you, bro. Aren't you like my 10th favorite viewer or something? Where you been, bro? Where you been hiding all this time? Doing exams and chasing those girls. I hope you've been doing exams, not flunking them. What's my advice for someone who is very bad socially? My advice would be to avoid social situations. No, it's not real advice. I don't know, to be honest. All I can say is practice, you know? Don't be afraid to make a fool of yourself, because that's the only way you learn. That's the only way that you grow. In what way are they bad socially? Yes, give us more context, please, Angelo. Like very awkward, like autistic level. Yeah, I would say don't be afraid to make a fool of yourself. Be authentic, be who you are, even if that, you know, means behaving like someone who is autistic, because that's you being authentic if you are autistic. Go ahead and be authentic. And don't be afraid to make a fool of yourself while being authentic. And yeah, this is going to push a lot of people away. A lot of neurotypical people are going to be weirded out by it and are not going to enjoy it. But there are some who are going to really appreciate that authenticity. And it's those people, you know, it's those relationships that form that actually matter. Because like if I have to talk from my perspective, when I meet autistic people, the most awkward thing is their fear. Their fear of coming across awkward or weird is the most awkward thing about the situation. If they were just authentic and express themselves authentically, I mean, it's trauma, they're used to being shunned or laughed at or whatever. But yeah, that's like from someone who is on the outside observing autistic people, what I can say is it's like, okay guys, your lack of inauthenticity, you're trying to change for the sake of the people in the space, that's the most awkward part of it. What do you think autistic you think? Huh? What does that mean? Maybe I should backseat this because I'm not always the best at social skills. Some people are intimidated by me, they take me as rude or they take me as crazy. I love the Eden Memories video. Thank you so much. I'm glad you appreciate the little bits of content that I post out there. What do you think it is to be autistic? I don't really know. It's just a difference. It's neurodivergency. Process information differently, uniquely. I'm no stranger to neurodiversity. I am neurodiverse. I'm atypical, bipolar schizophrenic. Can I ask a question that's really bugging me, if you don't mind? Maybe you can ask the yes or no ghost. So I don't offer divination services when I'm doing my art, as you know. Not for free anyway. But you can ask a question. I will reflect on it from my own wisdom. But if you want me to consult with the spirits, then you're going to have to send a tip. By the way, that reminds me, I'm doing an art giveaway. When I reach my goal, my tech goal, $500, when I reach the last 500, when it reaches that number, when it's full, then I will be giving away a custom art piece to someone, one of the people who helped me meet the goal. Anyone who sent a tip, no matter how much, gets added, you know, gets their name added, so they stand a chance to win the custom art piece. And then there will also be runner-up prizes of, you know, existing art like this one. I've got quite a portfolio at this point, so like there will be runner-up prizes, you know, for art pieces that already exist. The big prize, the main prize, will be, you know, having your own portrait done of yourself or your dog or whatever it is that you want to have done, of celebrity, whatever. Okay, let's say you're very non-social, but the ladies like you. How would you go about getting laid with the girls that show interest? So I am not autistic, and I don't think I'm very socially awkward. But again, I would just recommend being authentic. being true to who you are, even if that's weird and awkward and strange. Be authentic to who you are, because the girl who's going to stick around, the girl that's going to matter, is the one who likes that, you know, who loves you for your authentic expression. So I again say, when in doubt, just be true to yourself. And if you want someone, go for it. Go for them. If you want a girl and you're like, she's sexy, I want her, go for her. You know? Speak about it. Take action. And if she doesn't like it, or she doesn't want you to approach, she will say so. She will place a boundary. And then you back off. But you've got to try. You've got to put one foot forward. Most of the time, the girls are waiting for you to show interest. Waiting for you to make the first move. Okay. Could it be possible to purchase a requested drawing? Yes, most certainly. My commissions are open. These are commissions, and okay, I don't have the others here, but a lot of my pieces are commission pieces that I'm drawing specifically to request. So, like, a piece that takes me about 3 hours, I charge like $30 for. So it's like $10 an hour. So tell me what you want me to draw, and I will give you an estimate on how long I think it will take me to draw it, and I'll quote you. Like one of these is approximately 12-13 hours. This one that I'm doing here, not so much. Like 10 or 11 hours. Maybe not even so much. It depends on how much detail there is in what I'm creating. Has the yes or no ghost ever lived as a human? I don't know. I never asked. But I don't think so. I'm quite sure that the yes or no ghost is a fairy. You will keep that in mind. Fantastic. So yeah, when I'm not doing commissions, I'm just going to be drawing tarot cards, my own deck, and NFTs. This is an NFT, or it's going to be when it's done. All of my NFTs will be Lilith related, Nightbird related, owls and stuff like that. And self-portraits. So neither of those are self-portraits, those are commissions. But yeah, when I've got no commissions, I'm going to be doing self-portraits, experimenting with color in my self-portraits, you know, expanding into color, and doing these Nightbird Lilith NFTs and drawing my tarot deck. So I've got 4 trumps and 3 quartz suites so far. So in total I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, almost 8 tarot cards out of 74 that I need to do. Long way to go still. Does the yes or no ghost ever get horny? For sure, the yes or no ghost gets very fucking horny. Or I don't know about horny, but the yes or no ghost enjoys sexual intimacy. Enjoys that, like, that sexual current, you know, that sexual tension and electricity that people experience when they're together, when they're being intimate. You feel it even if you're not having sex or whatever. You can feel that, like, sexual tension, that energy, electricity. So the yes or no ghost, the fairies and the familiars, they do enjoy playing with that energy. I will have to get back to you on the request here. Are you good with realism drawing? So I don't know what exactly counts as realism. This is my style. This is my style, you know? I have a couple other styles as well, like when I'm drawing comics, then I draw a lot more cartoony, not so much detail. Godslick wants to know, how does the ghost have sex? It doesn't. The ghosts don't have sex. So I do these portraits, that kind of portrait. This is also sort of a portrait. I did a portrait of a dog, Yoshi. So I'll just give you my DeviantArt link. And then you can have a look at the portraits that are there and see what you think. Not everything on there is a portrait, not everything is done in the realism, as you say. But you can have a look and see what portraits are there. This is my most recent portrait, and I feel like it's also the best one so far, even though it's not done yet. I feel like it's gonna be the best one. Every one that I do is better than the last one. Sorry, my social skills fail. This is the last one that I did before that one. I also like it. It's the best one so far. But the one I'm busy with now it's still better. Still stands out to me as better. And that's natural, I think, you know? That's the point. The point is to evolve with each piece. Thank you. So I haven't experimented with color in my portraits yet. In fact, the only pieces where I've done color is when I'm working with other artists at the same time. So yeah, I'm gonna start doing my own self-portraits, and I'm gonna experiment with color in my own self-portraits. You love art in general, me too. Have I ever done spells on people for negative reasons or as revenge? Yes, I have. And I usually regret it. I usually hate myself afterwards. Like, why the fuck did I allow my emotions to let me do that? Am I so insecure that I turn to violent magical action? So I have, and I don't think that it was ever necessary. I feel like if I am gonna step to that level where I'm gonna use magic for violent action or to extract revenge, then I'm admitting weakness. I'm saying, yep, I acknowledge that I am weak and insecure. And I hate weakness. I hate weakness in myself more than in anyone else. And weakness is things like self-pity, pride. Do I remove the spell after? No. No, I don't really do that. No, if I cast a spell, for better or worse, I leave it be. I don't try and tamper with it afterwards. I feel like I'll probably end up making things worse doing that. I think it's important that we stand by our words and actions and take responsibility for their outcomes. Let's say that you pissed me off. What do you have to do to protect yourself or to remove the spell? So what you'll need to do is stay very far away from death. So don't go into places, don't risk your life unnecessarily, because my curse is waiting for you to do something stupid so that it can make you get hurt. Don't challenge the cow, because the cow will hurt you if you've been cursed. Don't jaywalk when you've been cursed, because then you will probably get hit by a car. So that's the first thing you do. If you feel like you have been hexed, or you feel like you're at risk of being hexed, stay away from dangerous or risky situations. And then also, you need to keep your vibrations high, so don't get angry or frustrated. If you are angry and you're walking around, curse this, curse that, fuck this, fuck that, then you are underneath the curse. The curse is affecting you. It's making you miserable. It's making you sad. It's making you suffer. And the next thing you know, you're stamping on thorns, you're kicking your foot against the edge of the counters. Your life becomes very inconvenient and irritating. And the more irritating it gets, the more upset you get, and the more upset you get, the more irritating life gets. That's very much how hexes work. So to protect yourself, you see that when it's happening, and you deliberately move yourself into a better state of being, a better state of mind, healthier, fresher state of mind. I don't know. I don't know how long it will last. Yes, there are ways to do that. I'm sure that I already shared you the beauty spell. You already know the beauty spell, the attraction spell. I'm also really excited, Midnight, really excited for, you know, to get experimenting with those colors. To get into that flow with the colors. Looking forward to that big time. What would happen if you did the beauty spell on you? Will I be gay? It might make you question your sexuality. I'm sure that it already has. It doesn't make you gay, no. But it might make you ask yourself that question. Should you cast the spell on yourself every week? I cast it every day, bro. Well, not every day, maybe every second day. Most days. That's why I'm very interested in watching your streams, cheeky guy. How many spells have you casted? Huh, I don't know, bro. Many. Many. All the time. Life is literally magic for me at this point. And I cast a lot of spells for other people too. So I can't really say how many. More than I could count. There's not enough contrast. Not enough contrast. What am I gonna do about the contrast? I'll figure it out as I go along. So that's the issue with working with only black and white, is the contrast can be difficult. I don't know any spell like that, bro. I love how life is almost exactly like a fantasy RPG or a life simulator like Sims. It's identical, and I think it's hilarious. Must have been the music that was making that sound. I think that everybody adapts some kind of manipulative tactic into their personalities and the way that they handle social interactions. I think everybody adapts some kind of manipulative tactic into our character, you know, as we go through life. We're all trying to impose our will onto our environment, so we learn ways to manipulate the environment, and sometimes we justify, you know, applying those tactics to other people. And depending on how, you know, how socially acceptable those tactics are, we can go our whole lives without realizing that we're manipulating. Like in some families, gaslighting is a normal thing. You don't realize that it's manipulative until you're out in the world and you're doing the same thing as like a coping mechanism, and then somebody's like, what the fuck are you doing, narcissist? And you're like, what are you talking about? So I think the same applies. You know, everyone has some kind of manipulative tactic in the way they interact and communicate. That's learned behavior. We don't necessarily see ourselves until, you know, until someone else can point it out. Until someone else's discernment helps us see it. I wanted to finish shading in this whole cliff face before I went off, but I'm gonna stop now. And then I pick up the pen again. I'm gonna stop now. Okay, I'll be back tomorrow, Sunday, yeah, I'll be back tomorrow.